Good morning, and welcome to another edition of Roadhouse Last Call, the morning show that talks about the morning, the evening, past, present, future. It's like a show that just talks about stuff, market related and or otherwise. Yesterday we talked about and or otherwise with the loss of the Choco Taco. Um, I realize that those wounds are still very fresh for many. Um, However, in life, we must move on. We must find a replacement for the Choco Taco. We must be innovative. We must be forward thinking. We cannot live in the past. I hope these words help you this morning on your journey.
I I really think that that is a I think that's a gap that I can't fill.
Well, so there's 7 stages of grief. I think you're still at one in denial. Anger is going to be next.
Agreed.
I think you're in denial.
I was trying to figure out how I could make these myself.
But okay, you're going to get there. So you might have just jumped right past anger and like a bunch of the other ones if you're actually saying, hey, you know what? I can get a waffle maker and I can do this shit myself.
I'll just be I'll be sitting there with a waffle maker and like a bottle of wine, just tears while I'm making. Damn it, Klondike! What did you have to do this?
Regardless, we must move forward. Forward is where we must go. How you doing, bud?
Good. Good.
Good.
It's morning.
All right. It is morning by definition. We will leave it at neutral once again.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is fine. Which is fine. All right, let's talk about some stuff. I thought that this was I'll lead off with this. This is an interesting little piece from an article I was reading, so I'll just read it off. Commodity prices also have eased in recent months. The cost of imported grains like wheat and corn that rose immediately after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in late February are back to around levels seen before the conflict. Spot prices for transport by sea and land are also down from record highs. The Baltic Index tracking global container prices have fallen almost a third since the start of the year. That seems in a lot of ways like maybe inflation is moving back into a more palatable area when we start seeing those declines, when we start seeing these things taking place. Doesn't mean that they can't respike, doesn't mean that they can't move, but those are some interesting little notes. And we have to continue to reevaluate the landscape based on the data and based on the information that's coming out. We can't be too pig-headed set that we're all going to die, or too pig-headed set that we're going back to the moon. We just can't do that. We have to continue to evaluate day by day what really is going on and what is moving these things. In other news, Jack Ma is set to walk away from Ant Financial. The Herpy King basically has, made Jack an example and is flushing him out the door. So, yay Xi, yay herpes. Jack Ma, one of the greatest businessmen in Chinese history, in my opinion, getting flushed because he was too big for the game. So, I'll just step out and say it. Fuck China. I said it. JetBlue actually bought Spirit Airlines. It's interesting, one of the notes within it, why did JetBlue have to pay so much more than initially thought for JetBlue? It's because of the pilot shortage, is what people are saying. So skilled labor being a tangible asset when it comes into negotiations and business, really, really interesting. That's a new thing. That is a fairly new factor when it comes into some of these transactions. In addition to that, Bender, you mentioned yesterday Visa MasterCard. them potentially facing some headwinds as far as a bill that's being introduced this week. Try to dig into it a little more to understand it. The bill is bipartisan. Democrats and Republicans coming together on this within the Senate. Effectively, what they're trying to say is these credit card fees, if you are using a Visa or a MasterCard, they have to be processed through certain channels. They're saying that that's bullshit. Why not be able to process or whatever? Why not let the merchant decide as far as where they want them to be processed, which is interesting. The backlash of this could be all those cool and awesome rewards that we get on credit cards, like miles, and you get, every dollar you spend, you get 1.2 or 1.5 or 2 back or whatever it may be. Those become, those could be thrown to the wayside. Those could be eliminated. Those could be reduced. So just something to keep in mind is this bill kind of gets tossed back and forth. Both sides have a very heavy lobby involved in having this thing move. So we'll see which way the money actually wants to swing on that. But thought it was really, really interesting. And a surprise, again, more government stuff. Joe Manchin agreed to back a package aimed at lowering carbon emissions and curbing healthcare costs while raising corporate taxes. The bill is thought to raise about $739 billion, with much of the revenue coming from a 15% corporate minimum tax and enhanced tax enforcement, giving the taxman some power.
Great.
At the IRS. So we'll see. It's also thought that within the bill somewhere, I don't know that too many people have seen it, that it will allow Medicare to negotiate some prescription drug prices. That's just something I've never really been able to understand. That whole thing about Medicare and being able to negotiate and not negotiate seems kind of fucking weird to me. That's just me. So we have that. Let's go ahead and give Ford a hand. Ford.
And they killed it.
Ford coming out hot. Ford coming out hard. Revival of the Mustang, Bronco, Ford, F-150, Ford. I was conflicted when I saw this, but then I was like, you know what? This is good. Let's go Ford. Let's go Ford. Great to see Ford rebound. Really, really awesome to see that happen and to really kind of reposition themselves in the new world. Would love to see that happen. FacePage's ER was trash yesterday, in my opinion. They didn't seem too hell-bent to sell it, but they certainly didn't buy it. So let's see how the day kind of plays out. We also have the Amazon and the Apple set to report. Those are the two big dicks in the S&P and the NASDAQ. So we'll see how that plays out. I am fingers crossed that they somehow cancel each other out. I think it's a reach to expect them both to beat, but if they both miss and they decide to sell those off, that's going to be pretty gnarly on the other side. So that's how the table is kind of set up. There was a discussion last night within the room regarding the Fed. And then, finishes the discussion, sat on the couch, was sitting there watching Bloomberg, and this Stephen Major guy at HSBC comes on, and he gives a pretty decent take and interview on the rate decision, the Fed, where that sits globally, where that sits domestically, and how not only himself, but a lot of these big fund managers are kind of digesting and looking at it. And there's a real divide and split with these fund managers and on how they're viewing, recession, not recession, more rates, less rates, Fed pivot, all that. One of the points that he basically made is that there's a big grouping that is kind of pre-discounting a Fed pivot. They're positioning for a Fed pivot. With there being no meeting next month and not till September, the thought and logic is, okay, we're going to let data play out, but that meeting in Jackson Hole is going to become quite pivotal because the concept right now is the Fed is going to overshoot rates and then pivot and bring them back down. There's going to be a lot of lobbying, posturing, conversation regarding, hey, if you think you're going to overshoot the rates, if you think you're going to go too far, if you think you're going to make a mistake, why make the mistake at all? Why overshoot? So I think that meeting in Jackson Hole, and I think the September meeting is going to be really, really interesting as far as how things are being positioned, both going into it and coming out. So let's say Jackson Hole, we have earnings behind us. They have been digested. Who knows what level we're going to be trading at that point when we get through August. But there is more and more of this concept because the data, while still holding, is not exactly flourishing. That the Fed is either going to pivot soon, pull back soon, or maybe they just do nothing and let this shake out for the end of the year. Again, more questions than answers, right? More questions than answers. So we have to be diligent and really looking at the data that's coming out and view it from the lens of not what we see today, but how we think the Fed is going to interpret it and how they want to move over the next 18 months. That interpretation is going to be the difference between winning and losing within this market, in my opinion. That and with the lines and levels that Bender gives us. Bender, tell us where we go today. Tell us at what point today you're going to tell us within 30 seconds, I'm going to go full margin and go ahead and make all the monies in the entire universe and then some. So if you can tell us what time today that 30-second countdown is going to be, I would really appreciate it.
I wish I could. Won't know it unless I see it. But we'll be looking for it. We'll be looking for the setup. To try to make some money for sure. So with that, the levels that I have today. So obviously we had a good move yesterday after the data. We held support, created support, and held it, which was a prior level, 39.68 to 39.70, and then ran through most of that supply zone right up to kind of the top end of that around 40.40. I have a slight lean today up, but we'll, obviously that can change pretty quick. But we really need to put the 40-40 area in the rear view and turn that previous resistance into support. So we're currently sitting at 40.20, just above. I've got a fib at 40.34, and then that previous 40-40 area. So obviously, if we do start moving up at some point today, that's the first area to watch. We also have a trend line that we've kind of created. It starts, and I'll post this chart, but kind of starts on July 7th. So we've got trendline resistance there, and that would come in around 40.50, 40.51 today. So that area still challenging. Above 40.50, we could see 40.74. That was previous level support, and then 40.95. Below us, 40.12 and 40.15 is the 10 and the 20 MA on the 60 minutes. So on a pullback, we want to see that area hold. If it doesn't hold, we're probably going to retest 4,000. If we give up 4,000, then I got 39.76 was a previous area of resistance that could act as support. It's also the 50 MA on the 60 minute. So those are kind of the levels that I'm watching. I'll post the chart with the trend line, but that's kind of the roadmap.
That makes sense. So the 60-minute, at least on SPY, with me using bastardizing your levels over there, it looks like we're bull flagging right in through here on the SPY machine on the 60-minute.
Yeah.
It's like it really, really feels like it could go ahead and do that there.
So the almanac is neutral today. The Elliott waiver or the
Here we go.
the,
You just hate me so much, dude. You hate me so much doing this.
I think it's the let's see, was it the oh no, it's the Wyckoff traders say that the spill is up, and the almanac says tomorrow is bullish.
Mars, Bill.
So it depends on which group you fall into as to which direction
Actually,
you
I'm
lean.
just going to go ahead and say that depends on Apple and Amazon as far as what tomorrow is. I'm going out on a limb and saying, you know what, that's neat, that's cool. Apple, Amazon is going to decide what tomorrow is, not moon or whatever the fuck is next.
It could be the tides.
It could. You're right. It could. It could be the tides.
I mean, it's
Is there a
entirely
red tide?
possible. I mean, with the numbers that Facebook put up, Meta, with the numbers that they put out, for them to only be down $8, you got to kind of go, oh, maybe it is the moon.
Which, with them down $8, they're still green $2 from yesterday.
Right.
Yesterday's open. That's brilliant. But who am I to say? When we start getting into PE, like, is there relative value there? Can you, if you're going to go ahead and look at Facebook now, and you can no longer look at them as being a growth stock, just like you can't look at Netflix as being a growth stock because they don't grow. Could Facebook now be a value stock?
Well, it needs to be under 10 or close to it.
Right.
It's not too far off, but
No. Really isn't. But then take another value stock, like what, Coca-Cola or Pepsi? What are they running?
I'd have to look. Let's see.
Coca-Cola. Coke trades at like, this is 28. They pay a 2.8% dividend. Pepsi 26 with a 2.68% dividend.
And what's the face page?
Like 12, 11,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting, and I don't want to get too far off topic, and so we can turn it over to the Stockington, that we are right now in a very, very pivotal point, and with some of these companies that have led the past 10, 15 years as far as them, evolving or devolving, whatever you want to call it, from growth to not growth to potential value. It's like that's happening. We're seeing it in a lot of ways. We've seen it in Amazon. We've seen it in Netflix for sure, even though they're just a shitty company with shitty management. We've seen it in Facebook more and more. So the next question is where do the new growth catalysts come from? They're somewhere out there. They're tickers that we're looking at and trading all the time now, just not understanding what their growth potential is going to be over the next 10, 15 years. It is really interesting to me. Interesting times. When you see a revolution like what we've seen in tech, not everybody makes the cut to the next round as far as continued growth plateaus.
See the message I just posted in chat. Obviously, this is old news, but tongue in cheek chuckle. Growth.
Well, let's put it like this. I bought enough F-Cell over the past 2 months to where it's going to go ahead off of this pop that it's had this morning is going to negate, many, many, many losses of the losses that I have sitting there on a SoFi right now.
There you go.
So F-Cell, motherfucking F-Cell. All I got to say. It's got a cool name too. F the cell. It's like, does it get any more cool? All right, Stockington's over there. I got to watch the fucking dog, or walk the dog. We got to get stupid hells to stop babbling so I can say my line, so I can go walk the dog, so I can get back for open. Stockington, my apologies for running late on your time. Can you please tell us what you're watching?
No apology needed. All good. I'm slightly still in shock over here. Choco Tacos brought out the most emotion and bender of all time right there. Processing.
Processing.
Still processing. So, like in the list, because I see Mr. Swan put out his. We both have AMD, we both have Microsoft, and we are different by pennies. So it's like, you guys are who I want to be when I grow up, and it's good to see that we're getting down to the same lines. So, AMD here, I have this line above 90.86, 9.85. I'll be looking to take AMD long if we break above that. It did get a little bit of dark pool here this morning at 89.82. And then I have a line to below 89.3. There's a lot of dark pool coming in this morning. I won't go through it all, but you might want to just check the feed for some of your favorites because there's a lot of stuff in there. And then I've got coin set up in an inside day. So it's right here between my triggers. I've got go long above 59 and look to take coin short below 57.85. And then Microsoft, another one, Swan and I were just different by a couple pennies, but it was a dark pool last night at 268.74. They hit it with 211 million, and it's currently been working as pre-market resistance. So we'll be looking to see if we can break that, or I had this line above 269.15. And then the downside, there was a dark pool that kind of worked as support this morning at 266.22. And then Swan has his line below at 265.28. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on aside from the flow.
All right. Well, so we got GDP out of the way. We're probably going to get a bunch of people babbling about recession, depending on what definition you want to use and what a recession actually is. We'll probably, start hearing more and more of that. Chart-wise, Bender went through it. I'm not saying he's like heavily tilted with his lean this morning, but the chart, that looks like a fucking bull flag to me. Doesn't mean that it has to play out, but that's what it looks like. The other thing that I'll say is with these big dicks reporting tonight, we do not know which way this sucker is going to move overnight. So plan your trades accordingly. Understand the risk that you are going to carry if you try to hold anything through those ERs. These are mega ERs. This is not little stuff. It's like Jesus. Let's think about what Snap was able to do to the market with its with its numbers. So let's keep that in mind. It's not as if any of these ERs have been all that great. And I can tell you the flow specifically for Apple coming into this print, the flow is without question leaning bearish as of yesterday. The flow is let me rephrase. The flow is not leaning bullish. That's a better rephrase. As of yesterday with Apple ER. Anyways, that's all I got. Benner, you got anything else?
No,
No, sir.
Stockington, you got anything else?
He's already gone. That's how quick. He's like,
He's already gone.
says a couple words and then
I'm
dip.
gonna, you know what? I'm gonna stop asking him questions after he says his words. That's it. So, anyways, we got 16 minutes until open. 16 minutes. And yeah, I'm going to do you a solid, bud. I'm going to start looking at waffle makers for you.
I have one.
I'm not going to leave you alone.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the
I'm going to
support.
be there for you. I'm going to help you refine a recipe for the Choco Taco. Maybe we just go into Choco Taco business.
Right?
We'll
Come up with
We
a new
can
one.
call it not the Choco Taco.
I figured you were gonna say something to do with like frozen cannolis or something.
No. That's a different thing. I'm keeping that all to myself. I'm not going into business with anybody over it.
I wouldn't. Don't worry about that.
15 minutes. We'll see you soon.
All right.
minute to go. SPY popping a dark pool 40160 was 5.9 billion. Open. Falls into Tesla out of the gate. 810s for tomorrow with 812K. They're 810 for tomorrow. Block. Back on. For Tesla, 850s are above the ask, 119K. Nice little call into FSLR out to October. Coin with a power candle out of the gates. Rapid fire bullish Tesla, the 850s for tomorrow. They just slapped those. Microsoft 270 call. 50K. 100. I lost that one. No, that was 50K on the Microsoft 270s. They're hitting next week's 850s on Tesla. There's an 870. G winners picking up plug calls. Aviator 1 mentioned he was going to look at long right out of the gates. So rapid fire bullish. There's an 860 on Tesla for tomorrow. 126K. Calling to Apple. Calls into plug. Calling into Mara. Baby money. Tesla 900s for next week, 305K. That was the rapid fire bullish alert. They're banging on Tesla. Calls. There's a couple on the bid.
A lot of that green. So we saw a call flow come into TAN yesterday also, remember? TAN.
Yeah, you mentioned that one. I think I missed it though. Side calls coming in. Side call Meta, August 19th, 180s, 140. Okay. They're still hitting these 850s for tomorrow. More calls Tesla 830s for tomorrow, little sweeper.
That's right there, Mark.
Mark Killing it on the Walmart. Good work. Put on Apple, put on Tesla. AMD trying to pop that 90.9. NVIDIA tomorrow's 180s with the 155K sweep.
So I put on SMH, all into F-cell.
$3 million call into Tesla, the 800s out to October sweep. For Tesla, 840s now for tomorrow, 850s.
Put on UVXY.
I don't know if you took G Winners plug play.
So
Intel, I just posted it, but it pulled back and came within about 4 cents of a fib at 39.62. Low day was 39.66, within 4 pennies, and then bounced there. But I'm wondering if this is. They report tonight, so I would.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Calls. We got Microsoft, a little call. NVIDIA, 182.50s for tomorrow, 57K. Little put on Tesla for next week, 865s, 288K.
Little pre-market bull flags playing out really, really nice over there, Bender. Good job. 60-minute.
I bought this Intel. Look at, I mean, AMD doing what AMD's doing. They
Put
report
on
in 5
plug
days.
for tomorrow, the 21s. It's calling to Ford, August 19th, 13s, 223K sweeper. All plug 21s. Well, Tesla 850s for next week, 348K. $50s for tomorrow, another 102K sweeper. Little 830 put on Tesla.
More calls into plug.
This line's in the plug, yeah. Calling to Meta out to September, put Meta for tomorrow. Baby money on the put.
I put on Q 1.3 million, 1.03 million, the 290s on the bid out to August. That's nice. I puts on Meta. I put on Baba. That's a decent sized bits I put on Baba. Baba's still dicking around with his 101 level.
Did they ever close out of those Baba 105s?
No. It's like I pay attention to the hurt, but I'm not a buyer or seller of the hurt. So
Okay, so there's the alert on low that got the dark pool this morning. Interesting. Yikes, I don't trade low too much, but those spreads are just... More calls Tesla. Couple of put blocks on Tesla. It's calling to NVIDIA, August 5th, 185s, 197K. More plug. All right, so AMD is going to do a retest here of the call side 9085, which also kind of lines up here with some VWAP MA stuff.
The 200K call into NVIDIA 185s.
It's a repeat line next week.
All right. There's a big dig put on SPY, the 400s out to December, 2.27 million. So I call an SPXW.
Back-to-back dark pools on Love. 443,000 shares in this 38 area. It's on Meta. August 5th, 150s, August 19th, 145 puts on Meta. Then bidside call Meta, just a little block. We'll call into FCX, August 5th, 32s, 45K, yellow sweeper. Let's call into Run, August 19th, 30s, 324K. Over 40% on the OMG winner plug play. If you took it, check your stops. Plug next week's 23s, 24K. NVIDIA, now the 182.50s for tomorrow. A ton of money on that one. Only 35K. More plug. Calls Tesla. SPY now wicking off that dark pool I mentioned, the 5.9 billion at 41.6. Let's see if it retests and can hold. Now lining up with VWAP. Will calls into Amazon. 127.50 came in on the ask, 137K. AMD 92s for tomorrow. Started on the bid, then went ask. Contract price went down. Paul's now coming into Love after these dark pools. 38s for next week, back to back. 44K. Paul into Cost, Sweeper, August 19th, 525s, 130K. More Tesla calls, 860s for tomorrow. 189K. Call Baba, bidside put Baba. Call Apple. Bidside put Meta, August 19th, 150s, 461K. Another AMD 92 came in between bid ask. More plug. Another bidside put Tesla. Puts on Amazon for tomorrow. That's a big put on Amazon, the 119, 649K. We'll call into Meta. Bid side call Tesla 850s. What's Amazon coming in aggressively here? 115s. The 89s for tomorrow. Repeat sweeps over 120K. Winner out half of his plug. Now they're coming in on the bid on some of these Tesla calls. And dark pool from pre-market 89.82. It's coming in. Another little call into Tesla. Another call into Run. So energy. Couple little calls into Amazon. Way out of the money for tomorrow. This is another AMD 92 for tomorrow on the bid. Tesla, there's a large bid side call. August 12th, 760s, 1.7 million. Microsoft giving up the dark pool from last night. Bids I put FSLR against solar being a focus there. Only 29K on August 19th, 81s.
All right, so that spike up on UVXY up to this level, right where it's sitting right now, this is a zone that we almost always get a pause.
Long.
Yep. Agree. I have a trend line here. I can get a chart going.
There's a pullback. This is, if we're looking back the other way, we needed to crack to get its ass back under 1120.
Drop my UVXY chart here in a second. Line this up. We're just going to try it long here. Get the 1 hour on UVXY. We're pausing on that upper trend line of a potential bullish reversal channel. out to November, 337K on the 115s. Put Nvidia, August 19th, 150s, 80K. Put coin, 50s for August 12th. August 19th, 16s, 225K. Another little AMD 92, this one on the ask, only 13K for tomorrow. More puts Nvidia, August 19th, 172, 50s, 132K. Back-to-back calls into Goog for next week. More calls AMD. Another little Tesla 850 for tomorrow. Tesla back-to-back, 820s and 840s for tomorrow. Bids I put AMD just a block.
What?
Potential
Sure.
call into Qualcomm out to October, 404K on the 160s.
Cream cheese?
Bids I'd call Baba again out to December this time, 125s, 262K. Call block on Square. Tomorrow, 71s, only 25K. There's a call into Visa out to December. There's a put on American Express. Another bid side call Baba out to December. Tesla, put Bank of America, put Amazon. Amazon getting slapped with puts in through here. $825 put on Tesla for tomorrow, 113K. Large call block Meta. Bidside put Apple, or excuse me, bidside call Apple, bidside call Tesla. Bidside put Nvidia August 12th, 177.50, 122K. All Nvidia next week's 182.50s, 107K. couple bid side calls. Tesla, the 900s that went rapid fire bullish earlier. Call Tesla 850s for tomorrow, 48K. AMD 91 call for tomorrow on the bid, 14K. There's another dark pool on Love. It's I call Apple 157.50s for tomorrow, 77K. The 840s for tomorrow, 272K.
I'm long SPY. And tomorrow's 400s, I'm in at 226.
Put sweeper Moderna. Tomorrow's 155's 109K. Witter out to January. Call Tesla. Next week's 850s, 450K.
Yeah, they're smacking back-to-back 840s on Tesla. They're coming on the bid on the 865, so they're lowering expectation. And through there, bits I put on Tesla, the 830s. $700K on Meta.
Bid side puts run out to October, these 30s back to back. Put on Microsoft. Tesla, tomorrow's 840s, 485K.
It's a big line. A lot of covering on Meta. I don't know what the price action is over there, but a lot of covering.
On Nvidia 180s for tomorrow, only 29K. Watching to see what AMD does with this 90-15 line. Let's look at these EMAs pointing down. Roulette bearish
Tapping
G.
okay. Tapping a snap. Been very curious about watching that. It's been a minute. They pushed it under 950.
Yeah, you're probably doing a lot of Snapchat over there. Yeah, I'm sure what else.
I don't even know what a Snapchat is. I've never had a Snapchat.
I don't really get it.
Yeah, you don't get strip clubs either. So it's like I don't. It's like it's the look. It's like you don't have enough context in life there, Stockington. You
I
don't.
mean, I do say that I'm here to learn, so it's like, to learn sometime. I think though that's the draw on the Snapchat is the like it disappears, so you do something risque that no one's ever going to see again. I think that's the point.
Is that what it is? It's just it's like secret.
That's like you get one shot to enjoy this explicit action. Yeah, see, Snapchat is the mobile strip club.
Yeah, look, if you're in any type of a serious relationship, if you have Snapchat on your phone, you're big F fucked. It's like that's, you don't do that there.
Yeah.
UVXY is coming down to this 1120 level that it needs to snap.
Smack the Tesla 830s for tomorrow. Deep lines.
I'm very close to trying to play this little double bottom on Mara over here. Bitcoin wants to refuck to the upside.
It was a nice little call. Back-to-back calls, a run of calls, these August 19th 890s on Tesla. Decent money on those. Put AMD just on the wall.
What's your expiration, Brick? What's up, man? I haven't even offended you yet today. You want to call me a name? Good Lord. At least make me deserving of such. And I love Brick. We'll tap her into plug. Tap into murder plane. Tesla, rapid fire bullish on a Tesla. Bits I put NVIDIA, call NVIDIA. Bits I put on a Tesla, call into Q. On the bits I calls on the Amazon. The tap into NVIDIA. There's a put on Mara, 56K. Next week's the 1150s. Bits I put on Meta. Come on, dear spy. Give me my billions. All right, UVXY losing VWAP in that 1120. See what it comes down, 1110. Yesterday, some monkeys were talking about 1112. It seems to be something down around there. And whenever you approach hold numbers, it gets a little bit messy. So that was interesting. SPY came up to just below the 89 and empty wicked in through here. And it's sitting here doing butt stuff with the 200 right now. Bit Tesla. $99 put on SPY for tomorrow. $830 put on a Tesla.
Peter bearish Tesla the 830s for tomorrow.
So a minute and a half later, within a minute and a half, you get a bullish and a bearish alert on Tesla. This is what we're here for.
Somebody can't make up their mind. Is AMD popping that 9015?
The machine they call SPY or the 200 will wobble.
It's I put Chewy. Tomorrow's 3719K.
Chewy had a lot of bits I puts yesterday, if my memory serves.
Yeah, that they were buying a lot of puts earlier this week, I think. Put on Moderna tomorrow, 155, 112K. Put on NVAX, just a block.
How does that make you feel?
Yeah. It's supposed to have feelings about blocks, right?
Yeah, you are. Black lives matter.
Murdervax. No, Moderna's the Murdervax. Oh, no, Johnson and Johnson. All into Pfizer, August 19th, 51's 85, so they don't know what to do with the vaxxers.
It's
Back
really
wall.
jump. Level 2 is jumpy as fuck over here. You guys seen that on ES? It's like it's doing that thing again. Yeah, they're coming in with puts and bid side calls. Motherfuckers every which way.
Peter Bearish Meta 152.50s. Wow. All Meta next week's 160s, 117K. PayPal. Put coin this week's 55s, only 57K. Put Apple. Puts Meta 152.50s tomorrow. Other Moderna 155. This one a block on the bid. But bearish affirm. This tomorrow's 24.50s, 61K. Or puts Meta. These 152.50s for tomorrow. Back-to-back puts on W, August 5th, 48s. Call Meta next week's 160s, 613K. Put on the Intel, August 19th, 37s, 90K.
Do we have like, is somebody talking right? It's like, this is everywhere.
Yeah, there's not really much direction.
I'm just specifically talking about level 2. It's like, this shit is hopscotching all over the map. It's not very aggressive. It's like, yeah, no, Jay, that's exactly what it, like 100%. It's like they skipped over the coffee and just went straight for the fucking blow.
All meta, the 170s out to August 19th, back to back. Peter Bullish meta, the 160s for next week's. Tapping to Microsoft, then Apple. It's a couple of bid side puts on Meta. Said call Tesla next week's 850s, 425K. Repeater bearish Tesla this week's 820s. Now they hit the 800s, baby.
Hello?
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 Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
No,
No, it's not.
I
I don't know who that is.
Microsoft
Okay.
Okay.
puts Apple. It said calls AMD, 90s for tomorrow and 88s for next week. Puts on Google out to December. The bid side call AMD. AMD sitting on this 89.3 line. Calls coming into Meta tomorrow. A little money on tomorrow's 165s. 254K on the September 155s. On the SPY, if we can break 400. We're going to put on JD, August 1952s. Calling to NVIDIA and tomorrow's 175, 176K. August 5th, 160 call on Meta, 100K, 106K. He's going to take a put on Tesla. We'll put on Z for tomorrow, 36 is 35K. Puts on Google out to January. Repeat lines. So I put Intel, August 19, 4150s, 209K. The other reporting. Put on PayPal just a block. Back bidside calls, the 805s for Tesla for next week. 550K. Now more. Repeat bidside calls on Tesla. Microsoft, August 19th, 270s, 210K. All PDD out to September the 55s, 415K. September the 165s, 126K. Have you put on Disney out to January, 985K on the 150s. Full bid side call Apple. Put PDD, August 12th, 52s, 126K. Bids I put Tesla. Bids I call Siga. August 19th, 25 is only 37K. Bids I call Apple 155s for tomorrow, 117K. Bids I call Sweeper Hood, August 19th, 10s, 56K. We'll put on Apple. Large bullish NEM out to January the 60s, a million. Bids I'd put some profit taking on Tesla puts. The 820s for tomorrow. Repeat lines there on the bid. Call FSLR. August 1995
What?
32K. Back-to-back calls into Tesla. 800 put on Tesla.
Yeah.
Thank you. First, I have to complete the rule. Jackson,
Sun mentioned USB there in the chat. August 5th, 47 puts on USB. 192K. Repeat puts on USB. These 47s. They're smacking those. August 5th, 47 puts on USB. Put NVIDIA in September 16th, 175 is 397K. And Tesla. Call into Tesla. Tomorrow's at 820s, 130K. Put Sweeper Baba next week's 90s, 53K. These PDD September 55 puts. There's 441K. Oh, they also hit a call, so that's some kind of spread or whatever. PDD out to September. Excuse me. Foot sweepers, Google, December 92's repeat lines. He's going to take some gains on Tesla. Yeah, Jay, I was looking, that's that PDD where they must have done some kind of spread. BidSide calls Apple for tomorrow. Repeat 157.50s on the bid for Apple. Repeat puts on Dish. Decent money on the Dish. August 19th, 17's 292K. Put AMD next week's 88.69K. Call it on that USB there, son. $130K 123s for tomorrow. Put Tesla 20s for tomorrow. More USB 47 puts. They're still buying USB 47 puts aggressively. More USB puts. They're just smacking these USB puts.
Yeah, there was a headline Sun posted. It sounds like they illegally exploiting personal data to open sham accounts. Is what it says. Seems bad.
Once again, good to be here at Black Box. We saw the flow, we got the news times.
Cleans up your breakfast.
RNC out to January. BitSide calls Amazon for tomorrow. Calls into Meta. Meta's holding up pretty strong relative to everything else. Little put on plug. Tomorrow's 20s, 13K. This could turn into a bull reversal here on the SPY. Get a chart going here. Puts on Here's SPY versus UVXY. So if UVXY loses that little uptrend there, combined with SPY and this kind of like falling wedge type of thing, let's see some pops. Times in the wedgies, vibrational definitely. We got some puts coming in on the bid on some stuff. Hey, there's a call into the murder vax up to 2024, 525K. Puts on PLTR back to back, 9s for August 12th. Calls into Meta, 165s for tomorrow. I'm watching the murder vax move.
You're too loud.
Goog, August 19th, 110s, 108K. Put Nvidia, bid side call Microsoft, bid side call Tesla. Not a lot of money. Bid side call PayPal up to September the 90s, 133K. Tesla November 1200 call 155K. $1 million put on Nvidia out to September the 175s. $75s out to September. Going to keep an eye on the setup here on Amazon. Chart going here. Potentially, it's looking a little bit like the SPY over there with a potential bull reversal. More Nvidia 175s out to September. Google, those 94s that were hitting earlier. Smacking some Apple calls in through here. You got 162.50s and 165s for tomorrow. Oh, this is tiny money. There's a nice call into Meta out to September the 160s. So we're getting some calls in through here. SPY about to confirm that pattern I posted. It's I put Tesla, call Tesla. Some mixed flow bid calls and puts on the bid. Next week's 85s, 135K. Pull there on PayPal, 285,000 shares at 83.9. Calls Tesla back to back, 850s and 830s for tomorrow. Call Apple. Next week's 155s. Call AMD. Bid side put affirm. Spy with a nice push out of that setup I posted. Nvidia getting slapped with puts, the 170s for tomorrow. Not a ton of money on those. Google puts out to October, the 96s repeat lines. They're coming after those pretty aggressively. Google October 96 puts. Good side put CRM, next week's 165s, 101K. On the 3-minute. Oh, there's two. There's a one on the bid for next week was $1 million, and then one on the ask for December 19th was 235. Strike 2.9 million. That is just flat. Let's see. We got a Microsoft call on the ask out to September, and then one on the bid. 275s on the ask, 159K. 270s on the bid, 199K. Couple of puts on Amazon. Or Google puts out longer dated, and a bid side call Google. The September 16th, 105, 139K. Run of Tesla 800 puts for tomorrow. Bid side put sweeper bob out to November, 1.1 million on the 95s. Bid side put Meta. Back to back bid side puts Meta. Back to back puts on AGRO. Haven't seen that one too often. December 16th, 750s. 100K. Puts Goog. I do not like the Goog. Bid side calls Amazon. Repeat lines, 120s for tomorrow. About 400K. Bid side put Amazon. Call into Tesla. Little put into Tesla. Bid side puts Ford out to 2024. And a nice little line into LLY. The 320 calls for tomorrow. 161K. He's going to take a call on ISRG. Meta call Tesla. Nice line into the 850s for next week on Tesla. Call Amazon. I put Nvidia for tomorrow. 170s. 96K. Amazon 120 call for tomorrow, 139K. Meta 165s for next week, 99K sweep. AMD set up to the upside there. Bid side calls NVIDIA the 180s for tomorrow, and then a bid side put on NVIDIA. Tesla calls 900 and mixed strikes, bunch of different stuff on Tesla. Bid side put Tesla. Call NVIDIA sweeper 170s for tomorrow. 162K. Call sweeper Microsoft. Microsoft having a good day today. Sitting there at upper orb. Bid side put Microsoft just a block. Bid side put AMD, call AMD. UVXY coming down to lower orb. Bid side put Apple. August 12th, 152.50s. 163K. Let's see. Still buying puts on Google. We'll call into NVIDIA tomorrow's 177.50s, 40K. Dark pools above SPY to be aware of. 40120s, an area from I guess that would have been last night, 1.4 billion, and then the big one is 401.6, which is 5.9 billion from June 10th. Tesla 850 calls again. AMD coming to check this dark pool from this morning, 89.82. Good work there, Brick, on the Mara. I'm not sure who's rubbing on who there, but I have a feeling else won't like it. This was with a good one on the SPY nose whistle. Good work on the bull SPY move there.
So I sold
Nice call.
mine. Son, I sold mine because I don't know that we get over 403. If I can get $3, 3+ on a contract tomorrow's expiration, I'm going to go ahead and take that.
Yeah, was solid. Falls into forward for tomorrow. Said puts NVIDIA. So we'll call into Amazon out to December 120s, 928K. And bid side call Amazon, put Amazon for tomorrow. UXY sitting here on lower orb. Nice pop on Amazon out of that setup I posted there. Back-to-back bid side puts Meta. Is Whistle working on those rectangles again? Good shapes. Another nice call into Amazon out to December, 563K in the 120s sweeper. $20.24. Call Microsoft next week's 275s, 86K. Another call into Ford. Back to back these Microsoft 275s up to next week. A little on Microsoft next week. A little bit side 43K and tomorrow's 177.50s. Roulette bearish KO 65 puts for tomorrow 69K. Little put on plug for tomorrow 2050s. Full bid side put Apple. On with some power candles out of that setup. Someone's going to keep an eye on SIGA. Sexbox news potentially. Bidside call on the Intel August 12th 41s 180K. Call Apple That's 2023, 704K. SPY popping last night's dark pool. Again, the one above now is going to be 401.6. Put NVIDIA 170, let's see, 124K on August 19th, 172.50s. Unusual dark pool on Chewy, 142,000 shares at 37.78. Puts on ZIM out to August 19th, the 40s, 80K. It's I put Apple. Call sweeper Bob out to November. Those ZIMs were repeater bearish. The 40s out to August. Put Tesla tomorrow's 840s, 145K. Call NVIDIA next week's 165s, 273K. Ara, Bricktop, 13s for tomorrow. A little baby sweep into those. That was a good trade. Bits I put Amazon out to October. Back-to-back bid side puts pins out to February. Not a lot of money on those. Mara 18s for next week, 17K.
What do you need?
Are you 15?
Yeah.
One to Carvana that had some nice flow yesterday. Tomorrow's 31's only 37K.
You don't have cash?
No, because mom wouldn't let me have any cash.
When are you going?
We're, what?
When are you leaving?
My friend's picking me up at 11.
Okay. I'll get it to you before then.
Okay, thank you. I just need cash.
Large put block, Meta. This dark pool 401.6 to the upside. It's I put Apple 340K and the 162.50s for tomorrow. Puts coming into run. Let's take a look at these because they're seeing bid ask. Yeah, so this looks like put writing, although contract writing up. IB. I guess they have some bad news out there on run too, so that could be bearish activity on those puts. We'll tap into Microsoft, 30K on the 280s for next week. More Mara, baby money. Next week's 15s. Nice call into NVIDIA 175s for next week. On to plug back to back the 2150s for next week. 126K. Walmart Phantom Print at 128.99. That's about 40 cents above on the Walmarts. Now Mark's been watching that one. More plug calls. Calling to Ford. Plug the August 12th 23's 39K. Good side put Google out to October the 110s 500K. Calls in NVIDIA, 200s for next week. They were buying those at 0.6. Now they're buying them at 0.3 or 0.45. Freeman nicely done on the ITMs. Good trade. Video 200s for next week. We'll put on XOM. Always watching 275 on Microsoft. I had a fib up here at 274.55, which is basically what it's sitting on right now. Dark pool on VNT, haven't seen that one too often. 287,000 shares at 24.92. Solid entry there. Hell's on the SoFi Commons. That's a nice little move up. Bid side puts Meta. Batch to back bid side. Well, it looks like puts closing on Microsoft, but they did go bid ask. 275s for tomorrow. A little put on Microsoft. Shop put sweeper next week's 38s 110K. Call Microsoft 270s for tomorrow. 119K. To October the 10s, over 300K. On to 3M, September 140s. Five calls on Microsoft going bid ask. Calling to run August 1930s, 160K. A lot of money. Put Apple out to September 140s, 129K. Puts Tesla back to back. BidSide puts pins for January. The 10s. Repeat lines. BidSide call Tesla, or excuse me, BidSide put Tesla. August 19th, 805s, 438K. Put Amazon out to January, 241K in the 120s. More puts on the bid for pins. It's I call Apple out to June of next year. Puts on Amazon out to January. Decent money in the 120s, 180K. Calling to BlackBerry. August next week, 6s, 10K. Meme guy trying to go for that one. Couple puts Puts on the bid for NVIDIA. Put on Roku 75s for tomorrow. Back to back. 60 something K. Puts I call Viru. Another call on Damara. Fed put sweeper Comcast 43s for tomorrow, 1.1 million. We'll tap into murder plane. Looking like it wants to go check upper orb. All right, I think I'm going to step away for a few, but I will catch you guys in a little bit.
See ya.
tap in those USB puts. Bits I put SPY, bits I put PayPal. Little tap in the Microsoft, this week's 270s. We'll put on a Neo. Little call on the Meta. The Meta 170s out to October. That's 350K. Bits I call on the VIX. Meta 40, what are you doing? And then tap into the VIX, that's a 2023. September, 200 and something K for them plug boys. Tap into Square, this week's 73s, 24K. Plug 22, yeah, no, they're active. Bits I put on XLF. How is the XLF performing today? And take a look at some of these financials. It looks like it's put in a little bottom here, looking to fire over some of these EMAs. Decent setup for it to go ahead and juice to the upside, some of the financials. So if we start getting that type of flow, put SPY, call Bank of America, call on Murder Mouse. More calls SPY for next week. 395's in the money and out to the 19th, the 402s. More calls SPY. 401s for this week. More SPY. More SPY. Bits I put SPY. Bits I put Tesla. Ooh, buddy. That might be a face fucking coming in. Oh, I was wrong about that. 403. Giddy up. Call on to Tesla. Bits I put SPY. This is interesting. OLED with the bits I put. We don't see that name all that often. It looks like somebody wants to write the 115 puts out to the 19th. Call into Meta. Call into Q. Bits I put on Cliff. And this shaping up bull. Whew. You know, somewhere there's somebody scratching their head going, but GDP, we all did. How we green? Hmm. Hmm. But they're still sitting there scratching their head, amongst other things.
Yeah, else we got about five points, 4 points to get over that trend line resistance that I talked about this morning from starting on July 7th.
So what's the countdown to full margin? How many seconds we got until we're just gonna pop this bitch? Brick, I don't know what you're doing over there, buddy, but it's starting to make me feel weird. Like I don't. Some different imagery to go ahead and put out there. 5250s for next week. It's kind of curious. I still can't buy those results, but maybe somebody else can. Little tap in a snap. Snap with a nice little recovery off of that 950-ish level. That's another fuck job over there. Little tap in a Walmart 130s for next week. And some in the money puts on SPY.
Can I hop on the box?
Huh?
I took my meds. My Chinese I ate. Can I hop on the box?
Why didn't you ask your mom?
She's on call.
Is your chore list is done?
I've got 3 left, and I do them by Sunday.
You
We have an hour.
profit taking on plug. Starting to lose a little bit of gusto, if you will. Some plug 24s out to the 19th. They're coming in bid 402 calls on SPY for tomorrow. Bids I call Expedia, put on coin, put on SPY. Another plug 24 for the 19th. Run has had a couple of puts come in to the 19th on it, on Run, RUN. Another 24 on plug. There's a bid side 409 put on SPY for next week. Bid side 405 put on SPY for the 8th. This flow on Apple. 150 puts on Apple out to November, over 500,000. We'll call into diabetes. Don't see diabetes calls very often. 819 DXCM 100s. Put on Spot. Bits I call Cliff. Put on the Intel. Bits I call Tesla. Put on Q819 291s, 141K. Nothing of any real substance, but it's like they're cooling down, and the Apple flow is just not friendly. I guess if you're having an Apple, you have a lot to hedge, I guess. Call into Murder Mouse. 105s out to the 12th. I don't know what that means, Brick. U.S. doesn't back Taiwan independence. It seems contrary to policy the last 20 years. What the fuck is going on?
Dad said it was.
Approximately.
It's a nice call into ISRG. I don't know if she's still in those calls, but this is a decent one out to the 19th, the 217.50s. Bits I put on coin, little bits I put on the Apple, bits I put on Amazon, bits I put on SPY, bits I put on Tesla. I think the one thing, guys, and we can leave it at that. Number one, that cocksucker Bloomberger or Buttburger, whatever his name is, that fuck has sent out more fake headlines and more misleading headlines in the last 6 months than pretty much any publication out there. That's number one. That's what Buttburger does over there. Two, if you don't have context, you don't have the story. You can take a one-liner and have it be whatever you want. So before we jump, before we say certain things, let's just really global times. I would prefer for that to be the AP Newswire over whatever the fuck the Global Times is. Global Times. I don't. What the fuck is that? Context is everything. It's like, don't just like chew into something because it makes you feel good and lines up with whatever ideology you think you may have and whatever spin you want to twist on it. That Newberg Bloomberg buttfuck is like, fuck that dude. The other headline is some misleading trash heap of absolute garbage. All right, Freeman. Into the intel. This guy's going for it. A couple of bits I put on Apple, little call on Apple. Let's see if we can change the complexion of that flow on the Apple. Tesla blasted 885 calls for this week, 850 calls. Bits I put AMD, bits I put Amazon, bits I put on the Apple. We'll put on Apple. Bit head and shoulders over here. Did we just right shoulder on SPY machine? I can see the makings of an inverse head and shoulders trying to build out over here on UVXY. Anybody else see that? Profit taking coming through, little call on CMG. Tap into the Apple. Mart. Bits I call on Mara. Bits I call coin. Another bits I put on Apple. Really, really good to see some of these 135 and 140 puts coming on the bid on Apple. All right, you say it looks like it's flagging. I like your idea better over there. That is, well, if it pops this higher high after putting that little down, yeah, no, you got it. It's a flag. Like your idea better. We'll go with you. I'm just talking about this area. You and I are looking at two different time frames, Snow Whistle, so it's difficult to wouldn't be seeing the same thing with different time frames. IWM, another tap into Apple. These are starting to be okay bits I put on SPY. Couple of puts on SPY deep in the money.
Nice call there, nose whistle. Let's get that pop. Good job, buddy. $800K into SPY 405s for tomorrow. Bits I put on Mara. Little tap into Amazon. It would appear that they're covering what's on this little dip right here. The amount of bits I puts on this dip, which is very, very interesting. IA, never like seeing those. Taps to the upside, bits I put Neo, tap into Intel. Ben, are you home?
Yeah.
Still feeling good about ups?
I mean, we went ups. We can
I
go
know. I'm
ups.
just wondering if we got more ups.
Yeah, we
It
can.
was interesting on this little drawdown from that top. There were a lot of bit side puts. They weren't hitting puts. Let's put it like that. Usually when we get red candles, you get that momentum play coming in. It looked like a lot of cats are just like, get me the fuck out on this last little dip, and now we're firing back as we speak. So just wondering where your brain was with it, with the
We're
with the
sitting
lines.
on top of that trend line resistance. So that's good. Just above it, man. We need to get above this. Really, we need to get above 40-60 and hold. And then kind of those other lines come into play. But, you know, with that phantom print 410, it's, you know, and us holding up here. It's
Within
good.
reach.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to get a check. I was really, honestly, I was surprised on that last little red candle that we had. That little bit of selling is like there were a lot of bits I puts, and that's more of a rare thing than not. It's on vibrational. Is that right? What did he say, Brick?
Okay, we're here.
Those are some interesting lines on Twitter. Somebody just, it looks like they just wrote some 4150 puts on Twitter for this week. They're yellow. It's very interesting. $25 put on Tesla for this week, almost 300K. Put on Siga, bits I call on Intel, put on Baba. Steady as she goes. Bits I put on MasterCard, bits I put on XLF. It's a $2.6 million call on SBXW out to the 31st of next month, the 4080s. '09 sweepers out to August 10th. 408s also. Flow continues to tilt bull. Call into TQQQ out to September 16th, the 52s. It's only 43K, but hey, fuck it. Let's do that there. Bidside call SQQQ. Another tap into SPY 416s out to August 24th, 400K. This is bull.
Yeah, Bender, we were talking about the Walmart. Spy. Looks like it broke that channel. That's cool. Run a bid side calls on Amazon and a put on Amazon for tomorrow.
The majority of Amazon flow today has tilted bull. I don't think there's any getting around. Like Amazon is bull. They close a decent amount of puts on Apple. All the ETF flow is leaning bull.
Got Amazon sitting on a dark pool up here at 122 flat. Bid side puts on pins and CLF.
It's I call on the VIX.
I could come up on some resistance up in this area. Just tweaking around fibs and stuff. Looks like there could be a line above or 6.8. Guess we got a little ways to go to get there. Back to Microsoft 280 sweeps for next week. Neo popped in to give us a line on Microsoft up here at 276.66. Basically where it's sitting right now. Nice little call into coin next week, 65, 99K sweep. We'll tap into AMD. Pilot Bender expecting possible turbulence.
Call into SPXW. Today's expiring 4080s. Call into shop, call into Ford, call into Mara. It's on ExxonMobil, call into Plug. It's like put pins. It's like
420K on the shop call. Nice. Nice bid side puts there, Jay, on Microsoft. These Ford 14s for tomorrow have been getting tapped repeatedly, but they're not getting the move on the contract price. Another tap in the shop.
Thank you, everybody.
I like these shop calls. Yeah, that one that Jay just posted, shop September 35s. They've been tapping those here pretty good. No move in the contract price yet. IV flat as well.
Sun putting out in the room there. Biden in 15. Economy talk. Puts on Tesla. A dark pool back to back on Twitter at 40.37. Not a ton of money there. And then a dark pool on Love. They got that merger going or what? Oh no, they're not in the merger. They're out. Solid work there, Freeman on the CCJ. I'm out to next week, the 93s, 157K sweeper. Old baby put on coin. There was a back-to-back calls apple and then a put apple. Heavy put sweeper Microsoft, August 19th, 265s, 441K.
Here's some back-to-back dark pools on Twitter. And somebody was selling puts or writing puts on Twitter this week's expiration. Just a little bit curious.
Running some bid side puts here on the Intel. Money on the August 19th, 36s on the bid.
Stop deep in the money. 800 and something K.
There's a put in there on Airbnb as well. August 19th, 106 is 161K.
So put on a SoFi.
Roulette bullish AV bearish, roulette bearish AVGO this week's 535s, 109K right there. Looks like they're coming after Monster to the downside. Next week's 97s, 3 lines into that so far. Not a ton of money. 140K ish. Back-to-back calls into NEM out to August 12th. The 4850s, baby money. Nice line into the Amazon 130s out to February, 574K. MD could be coming down to a nice little support area here. Got line at 90.15. Got VWAP the 89 here on the 3-minute. Bounce here pretty soon on AMD.
It's like, honestly, it's like, I can't see not be some type of a covering rally on the VIX going into these ERs. Just can't see it continue to sell.
Or NEM, that's a repeat line there, those 48.50s. Still only about 50K into that. Dark pool there on Merck, 1.1 million shares at 90.3. couple of sweepers into the Tesla 850s for next week. Back to back. Second one did come in on the bid. Looks like Tesla getting a little move to the upside.
Little tap into TSM. That flow hasn't been all that apparent lately. This week's 88s.
Nice little bid side put on Nvidia August 12th, 180s, 267K sweep. AMD getting the bounce off the 89 there that I mentioned. See if we can reclaim the 34 and then 9 are kind of grouping up here. Pools coming in on this XLRE repeat lines. They hit it at 4401 and then this 4406 area.
That's the Spider Real Estate ETF.
Kind of calls on the bid here for Amazon next week's 122s. They're bailing out of those pretty good. Repeat lines. Sounds like the website's back up for Blackbox. Yeah, there's Max posting those 122 calls they're bailing on Amazon. They're buying puts here on Apple. Repeat lines into the 149s and 50s for tomorrow. I don't really get it. Seems odd to be short Apple into the ER. Bids I put Netflix out to next July, 566K in the 180s. Put Nvidia August 12th 180s, 235K. We put on SE out to February 70s, 486K. Those. There was also a 76 put on SE for next week. Not a bad looking chart there, nose whistle. Like a key break. These more shapes though. More. Always more. Nice line into Baba, August 19th, 100s, 548K. And I put on coin. 60s for tomorrow, only 40K. Be a tack on into those Nvidia puts. There's another line on these 180s. Oh, these did go bid, ask, bid. IV and contract price went down. It could be put writing there on Nvidia. I don't know what that is, Gnosis. What are those? Yes, much better. So there's running bid side calls on Amazon. Now they're doing bid side puts on Amazon. 125s for next week, 115s, 116s for next week. Oh, 847K. There's a dark pool again on lows, 170,000 shares, 191.44. taps into MU 63 calls for tomorrow. Put sweeper on Hertz.
Yeah, we're talking about that shit.
January 20 is 340K. We'll put on Intel for tomorrow. 38's only 69K. Call into Intel. 4150s. Those are back to back on the Intel. Over 100K there. Couple bid side puts, just blocks on Siga. Call block. Oh, nice sweeping tomorrow. Next week's 14s, 135K. Uh, 14s for next week is a thing here. Couple lines coming in, contract price going up. Mara's just went rapid fire bullish. The 14s. They're blasting those. Mike. Thanks, son. More Mara 14s for next week, 13s for tomorrow. Sold call sweeper into Amazon August 19th, 126s, 338K. We'll tap into the 123s on Amazon for tomorrow. 123K. Bid side call Microsoft, November 290s, 542K. Heavy put on Amazon here, August 19th, 116s, 334K. These sweat house. This is weird stuff, Brick. Coming into the 128s for tomorrow on Amazon calls. Our 14s for next week. More. Roulette Bush lift 1350s for tomorrow. Calls into Siga 25s out to August 19th. They also hit the 30s back to back. A little over almost 60K there. More Siga out to August 19th, 25s again. Slapping Piton with puts out to December. It calls into Intel for tomorrow, the 4150s. More Mara. 14s for next week are popular. Contract price moving up, still hitting them. Mara 14s. We're posting a large call block on SYK. I also just hit it with 108,000 shares dark pool at 220.85. Oh, yep. That was a nice one, a vibrational. Off the 89 there on the 3 minute. And do with a nice move. Super until lows, August 19th, 187.50s, 97K. Back-to-back bid side puts Zoom for bid side calls on Zoom, 106s for tomorrow, 74K.
They just laid some legit dark pools into Ford.
Unusual.
It is said to be. Correct. Like what, 14% of its average volume?
And they were buying those 14 calls for tomorrow.
Jeez. What's up, Newman?
Okay, I think
What'd she say? What'd she think?
I muted it. So mention these dark pools on IWM here. Coming in, repeat taps at this 183.59.
Let's go fucking bull. If you're gonna do it, let's do it. Happen tomorrow. This week's 14s, 15K. Then bid out to August, the 1850s. Another put on a SoFi. Next week, 6s. A few 6s for next week. $14 for next week.
Yeah, those are a thing. Those 14s for next week. Could be a little bearish setup on UVXY here.
What is it? A rising wedge thingy?
It's
There,
looking
buddy.
like it. Everyone's favorite. Everybody's favorite chart pattern, the wedge.
Another dark bull on Ford. So only 5 million. Can Mark? Day vendor. That would, so that's, you're basically looking at Facebook. They decide to cover that shit out and pop it. It's like, no, you're 100% right.
AMD up almost $1 off that bounce off the 89 there on the 3-minute. Mara looks like it wants to pop the top on a bull flag over there. So weird. They're trying to buy these Apple puts. I don't get it. Apple 155s back to back for tomorrow. Maybe a hedge or something. It just seems weird. Calls into Apple. Nice line into NVIDIA, August 19th, 180s, 211K. AMD is just going.
Yeah, I just went through the flow for Goog. all the names that are, top 10 in the XLC, and it looks like, decent amount of bits I'd puts on some names. I mean, even Netflix, little call flow trickling in. So if they can get that one to catch up, it's kind of the only one lagging.